everybody. I just needed to sneeze as soon as I started streaming, so sorry. The funny thing is, when I'm at work, I do, like, just these very petite sneezes. And then whatever the hell it is that that causes me to sneeze when I sit down to stream, it's pretty consistent. And then it produces these, like, dad sneezes that I'm assuming, they hear in Quebec. But we will get through it together. So, more Outlast Trials. Hopefully this is not too much of a burden on people, but excuse me. I really liked doing this last time. I have been getting a bit cranky with the traffic the product. So I may move past that. But I have been enjoying the Jaeger event. And I also have some dailies to do. So what I think we're going to do, my rough plan for tonight is do the daily tasks. So headshot 3 enemies with a projectile, disarm 3 door traps, and enter a hiding spot 5 times. So I think I can probably get that done naturally through just through playing. We're still doing the Jaeger onboarding. Now, I did successfully get an A+ in 3 trials of the special therapy. That was last night. The way I did that was I tried doing traffic the product. However, there weren't enough locked doors, and I needed to, I think I needed to unlock like 5 padlock doors for yesterday's task. So I took a jammer rig into Seize the Narcotics. So Seize the Narcotics is one I got an A+ in before, but basically 6 Jaeger therapy. Now, obviously, or Jaeger onboarding. Obviously, I've got 118 rebirth tokens, so at some point we will cash those in. I'd rather get my dailies done first. And then from there, I'm thinking, whatever remains for the special therapy, we'll clear that out. And then I'm going to get back to doing the core therapy on psychosurgery. So depending on the time, I'll either try release the prisoners and seize the narcotics. Obviously, if I can get an A+ on seize the narcotics with the Jaeger, hopefully I can do so in the standard core therapy. And if there is time, I'm open to try and kill the snitch, but obviously that is a big time investment when we are already going to be trying a few different things in the playthrough. So, I actually don't think... So I don't think it would be terrible for me to try traffic the product. Obviously, it is one that makes me lose my cool a bit. So I'll try and suppress that, but my logic here is that it's one where I know there are door traps, and there'll probably be enough projectiles for headshots. The only thing for me is I actually don't use the hiding spots that much. But yeah, on the basis of the trafficking, I think I will do a stun rig. This is my real task for myself. Don't get cranky at the shotgun or teleporting Jaeger. I also, last night, I tried to work out a path through the different catalogs, but the problem is that I think I gave myself an unrealistic estimate in terms of how quickly I could go through them based off of like the weekly and seasonal tickets. So, but that's, I mean, on the other hand, that's also fine because I don't think I need to work out to the second when I'm gonna finish each catalog. It's supposed to be fun.
The pharmacist who pushes the drugs that ensure a healthy profit. Unsanctioned narcotics disrupt virtuous addictions. Sell our product in Franco's territory, steal his customers, bring us the money, and we will let you out.
Now, one other thing I was reflecting on in this scenario, I definitely don't feel that I should have to use a stun rig to complete it. I think it's probably the most likely for me to, like, you know, see it through. I'll just wait for the loud sounds to finish. So I suspect the way that you handle the arrival of the giant, the big grunt, at the start is you run back into the community center and hide until an opportunity presents itself. But, I don't know. It seems like loser talk. Your only vice? Okay. Not much for me to go on here. So I did lose a little time. Oh, but this is good. Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Oh. Okay, I didn't think that the Jaeger would show up. Okay, so let's do the door traps while we can. I want to buy myself some time from the... Oh, he's on his way. Hiding spots. Okay, that's actually going to be helpful.
This is police business. I need heroin and cocaine.
I do overuse this hiding spot, but now that I know it's immune to Henrietta...
I'm not crying. That's just what...
Okay. I'm gonna try and keep cool as far as the sound goes.
Right this way.
And now I want to be careful because of the Alright. So, I obviously don't want to be reckless, but where I can, I would like to close some distance. Right. So now I turn around. Okay. That's... That may force my hand. Obviously not ideal, but I do have a little is something that I picked up, which is nice. Okay. This is not good because of Franco. Fuck! I think this one I have to dodge, sadly. Yeah, so sorry for the inappropriate language. I really thought I could have avoided the shotgun.
That slave cocksucker don't get all the credit to himself.
So obviously let's take the opportunities where I can. I guess I technically don't need to disarm the traps, but it is helpful for... So keeping in mind that every time I take damage, that's like 500 points. This is probably a bad use of the time. Alright. So this will give me some speed. Get out of there. Not crazy about making that noise, but sunk cost. Okay, sure sounds like Franco's nearby. Oh yeah, and I need to hit enemies in the head with a projectile. So I think one of the ways I'm going to handle that is when I have a surplus of projectiles, I'm going to chuck something at one. Ideally... Well, actually, you know what? I don't think I need to be that clever about it. I feel kind of bad. Like, obviously, Henrietta, in the grand scheme of things, is a somewhat blameless character, it feels like. But, yeah, no, that works. One catch here is I don't know where Franco is, which implies... Nope. I sort of hear him to the left. Okay, he's got his back turned to me. I don't recall if I... No, okay. Obviously, I want to be careful if Franco's nearby. made me drop the package. I have only succeeded in making her angry. Haha, I am immune. That's actually kind of funny if she says, I understand. I might have got it wrong, but... Now, as fun as that was to throw things at Henrietta, I still need to go into hiding spots and do that whole thing.
I'd have to tell you if I was a cop.
That one I feel I can kind of cheese out a little bit.
You're a credit to your community.
I think it's actually kind of interesting that I don't use hiding spots when Henrietta's around. I think it's completely rational not to. I'm not entirely sure how you have sort of a constantly moving, effectively one-shot kill enemy and say, okay, what I really need to do right now is stay in place. But, you know. Okay. So I think I'll try and do this in 2 phases. I'll do one to drop off the case. Actually, you know what? I might be able... Yeah, so let's drop off the case and rotate the gate. Now, there's going to be a little bit of a weird incentive that I face at this point. So I'm going to wait until Henrietta's basically walking away. Yeah, it looks like that's ready now. So the weird incentive that I face is that it's actually in my interest not to make too much progress towards the cart, because if I do, like basically if the entrance point isn't that gate, then it means that she comes in a closer gate, like she comes in at a closer location. Cool it a little bit. Okay, so I want to completely clear Franco because I haven't taken that much damage this far, and I don't like. Obviously, I'm not entitled an A+ to anything, nor do I technically need it, right? Like I've already got my my achievement, but I do want to treat this. I want to treat this like any other time I play this game, and that means trying to minimize damage as much as possible. Good news, though, is that this is one of the spots I need to drop off. Okay. So I need to be a little disciplined with the stamina now. So trick here is I want to make meaningful progress towards the cart, but I want to use most of the run when I'm actually wheeling the thing. But the other challenge is if I'm already at max stamina, Okay. Wrong choice. So the big trade-off on a case like with this cart is if I walk there the entire way, I'm leaving some benefit on the table.
At least I've given up smoking. Sweet relief.
Ooh, I didn't mean to take damage there. So moving up here is a somewhat dubious choice. I do have a plan. Damn it! Oh, fuck me. I thought she'd try and choke me out. That's really complicated the plan. Anyway, yeah, so the thing I was talking about before, so if you, like, let's say I walk the entire distance to the objective, that's an option, but of course, if you consider stamina to be a resource to be consumed, you know, the problem there is that I haven't used the consumable resource, and I was like, okay, well, like, maybe the point isn't consuming the resource. That would actually be a fair point. Okay, bullshit. That does genuinely strike me as some kind of a bug that she's able to move down the stairs that fast. But I also realize people who are bad at games like me also like to claim things are bugs that are not bugs. Sure sounds like Franco's in here. Yeah, okay. That's gonna complicate the... There's no fucking way he can see me in this. I'm not even chancing it at this point. I mean, I guess maybe he saw me in like the silhouette of the door. So anyways, the point I was trying to make earlier, so like if I walk like this, assuming that sound isn't a factor, where like obviously there's an enemy, so like right now I'm not getting any advantage from the stamina in my inventory, for lack of a better term. I'm gonna risk it here just to get myself some distance from Franco. This is actually a risk because the dark should be a safer location, but the drawback is that I don't get the distance. So like right now I can see Franco coming. There's no advantage to me risking a movement in the open like that. What I am going to do, though, is get the rig recharger. Okay, so a couple of people from a couple of angles creating problems. Again, I've started to overuse this. But yeah, so in this case here, right, if you see stamina as a means of getting distance from the enemy, then it actually makes a lot of sense to try and use that. And like what you want to do is you want to draw your stamina down. I guess the optimal one would be use it as much as possible short of it being less than peak when you get to the cart. But because there's some positive probability that you're going to get surprised by an enemy, obviously you want to keep enough in the tank to stop your stamina from completely zeroing out. So following the principle we just established, actually Henrietta may be, yeah, sadly she is close. This is what I'm talking about. Whoa, fuck me. That is a lot of damage to do from a ranged enemy, like just hearing you. I mean, it's psychosurgery, I can't exactly complain, but... So the real shame about that one is it would have been a wonderful opportunity to run and make some, get some distance with the money. Now I have to go and find some healing for myself. That's completely independent of whatever happens with Henrietta here. I'm curious if she turns around, though. Survey says no. Interesting. You know what? I think I'm okay with Henrietta moving from this area. I'm going to be a little riskier. So similar principle on the stamina. I don't want to zero it out here because I don't know what's coming after me. Okay, so I'm going to have to prepare for a run, but... And then the next trick here is going to be to send Henrietta on a merry chase so that she's not close to the drop point.
Franco thinks he can keep an honest man from making a living.
She's a bit too close for my taste, but let's see if I can find a sneaky path to the objective. pity. This doesn't seem like a bad time to...
Before Franco gets wise.
Let's do the best we can. Fuck. Okay. Franco's in the area. That's actually nice that he went where he did. Catch is, I need to find a way to, I need to find a way to get another... Ooh, yep, this is where I need to do it. This is going to be a little nerve-wracking because Franco's nearby, but I need the rig charger. I hope I don't need it, but... Okay, Franco's too close. I do have an idea. One of the challenges with this one is that it involves a little less knowledge of who's in the area. Well, we know where Henrietta is. There's a lot of noise too. It sure sounds like Franco's nearby.
Bitch better have my money. You already owe me for that product.
Okay, now would not be a bad time to go straight to the exit. May already be too late though.
Who the fuck is that? I'm gonna drink you like a fucking milkshake!
Mice in these walls.
The longer they wait trying to find me, the better it goes. Got it. May not be enough for an A+, but... Cool. Now I never need to do it again. So one of the, I guess the question kind of comes down to which of these do I want to do to achieve my objectives. So I'm going to get back to the sleep room and talk about the plan. I don't know if I was all that clear on the strategy in that. I think I got across the idea that I wanted to say there, which is basically not running on the way to your objective in the Jaeger.
You're special. Nobody else is operating on your level, and I have special things planned for you. Keep going.
When the Jaeger variator is on, in my opinion, is suboptimal because very often the Jaeger forces you to make decisions, make quick decisions, and so by rapidly increasing the distance. I guess the other thing I should say is that the increased distance is like conditional on it being useful. Like it kind of feels like that should be an assumption behind any action that you take. But like obviously if you take a path where the Jaeger has a faster straight path, like so if you run but you'd like do a serpentine pattern, or you like take this circuitous route where like there's actually a stairway that goes straight down to it, again, that's wasted stamina. But basically increasing the shortest distance between you and the Jaeger, which presumably it's going to take, expending stamina in a way that doesn't leave you with 0 when you're pushing the heavy object is kind of the ideal there, because it means that you can maximize the time that you spend pushing the item towards the objective, which was probably apparent in what I was saying, but I don't know. I need to get better at not assuming people know what I'm talking about, especially when I speak in half sentences. But the main thing is we got these tasks done, admittedly in very cheesy ways, but that's how we do things in the System Talk channel. So the only thing that's left is complete 15 trials of the special therapy. Now, again, unless the task specifies it, and I do think it's interesting that this time... Oh yeah, actually I should maybe comment on a few of these. So don't ever run out of stamina. Don't use a hiding spot. That one I don't feel is too big without using any medical items. Like clearly these are not ones that I am doing on that one that we just finished. But I do find it interesting that for this flashback, I have found that for the seasonal events, it will do, like, some of the part 2 challenges will be, complete 2 special therapy trials in psychosurgery. And it's interesting to me that this isn't one of the ones. I don't know if that's always the case, or they decided to have some mercy on the people enduring the reintroduction of Henrietta. But yeah, because there's no difficulty requirement, in theory, what you can do is you can just go to, introductory, pick your, whatever one you think you can do the fastest, and just like flip through them as fast as you can. Now, admittedly, this is kind of what I do in certain missions, right? Like the fact that you see me so frequently do seize the narcotics, traffic the product, and fabricate the scandal, those are ones that I actually feel are quite achievable for me in a short period of time, or ones that I can achieve certain goals in. So if I want to unlock padlock doors, taking a jammer in seize the narcotics is a good way of doing that. If I want to get it done reasonably quickly, fabricate the scandal is probably the one. Whereas if I want to avoid hiding spots, probably traffic the product, although there's a couple of places where I would feel compelled. I don't really do the full-on trials. So I noticed that they refer to everything as a trial, but I believe the distinction in other parts of the game, or at least historically, is that these would be called trials. So these are big 45-minute multi-stage levels. They're very, very fun, and they do a great job of introducing the enemies. whereas these are the MK challenges, and so they're smaller. I think the recommended time is 15 minutes. Obviously, as you saw in that previous one, you know, it can take half an hour. I believe when I did intensive Despoil the Auction, and just to show off that I actually have done it, right? I think that one took me, oh God, what was it? Like 120 minutes, I think. Mind you, that was also because I was trying to get, let me just show you here. It's trying to get this, which if you are curious on how to get it, I'm happy to share. But I also think in some cases it is fun to figure these things out. The game, actually, here's what I can do. I don't have all of them, but the game does have secrets. So these are the challenges in Genesis that you see on your own. So like the two sort of top line challenges: complete all the Path to Rebirth tasks and complete all Path to Ascension tasks. Path to Rebirth is basically completing all of the trials, and by here I mean like the trials proper, so the 45-minute ones. Path to Ascension is scoring an A+ in each of them. And again, to be clear, I actually think, in my opinion, this is the right way to go, but Red Barrels does not impose a they do not impose a difficulty limit on this. So in theory, if you just wanted the cosmetics and like you don't like challenge, you can do these all A+ in introductory, and that's, you know, that's fine. Like, you know, the only person who will shame you is the look of guilt in front of you when you look in the mirror. But please play whatever way you want. The introductory is in there for a reason. But obviously the real fun of this game is when you amp it up to something where you feel there's a challenge, because that's where your heart starts pumping a bit faster. But unless you complete these, this classified section is empty. And I know for a fact there is more than 2 in the game. I have tried as much as I can not to tease myself. Like, I don't think I can realistically do all the classified stuff in the game on my own. So I'm sure at some point I'm going to either seek out hints or you know, like just a complete walkthrough. But the Devil's Checkmate is a chess puzzle. Assuming it coincided with the arrival of chess in the game. So there are chess puzzles, and the tricky one on this one for me is they're split over multiple, like, not maps. They're all within like sort of the same section, but over multiple trials. Here, using trials as a generic term. Hit Me Baby is, this one is from the resort, Despoil the Auction, the only trial inside of that level. But that one is, in my opinion, that one's a little more self-contained and probably a bit more self-explanatory. But I also feel like you need to, okay, I don't know, like, there seems to be like, sorry, I realize I'm like ranting about stuff that's not Outlast Trials, but I think this is kind of neat. On Wall Street, so I think most people are probably familiar with like quantitative funds, right? Like, so these, you know, the big transition where it's like, if you've ever read the old Michael Lewis book, oh, what was it? Not The Big Short. It's like his first big one. It's about Solomon Brothers. Liar's Poker. And like, you know, kind of the big sort of 80s, you know, the movie Wall Street, Greed is Good, you know, Michael Douglas playing Gordon Gekko, that kind of era of Wall Street for a while has sort of given way to a very algorithmic, like the absolute like king of this stuff was James Simons, like former code breaker, physicist, like founded the Stony Brook mathematics department. And Gregory Zuckerman has a book about him called "The Man Who Solved the Market," which definitely feels like that feels like a really accurate name. Another individual behind this, and he actually has an autobiography, Ed Thorpe, or Edward O. Thorpe. So he has done a book called "Beat the Dealer." He did "Beat the Market," which feels like a harder book to. It feels like a harder book to find. But the one I read was "A Man for All Markets," which I quite like. Actually, it was really interesting to hear his account of sort of his childhood and some of the things that interested him. But anyways, like these, actually, I also think the Thorpe book's pretty interesting because apparently he collaborated with Claude Shannon on like solving gambling, basically. So I think they had like a wearable computer to try and calculate roulette spins and stuff like that. Anyways, like it's like I think "A Man for All Market." I really enjoyed reading it. If I recall correctly, actually, I got a ebook copy because I wanted to pick it up again. I got it from the library. Most of the stuff I read is from the library, but there are some things I enjoy. I also have like a pretty big physical library, so my reluctance to buy books is more just the fact that I know I could probably fill 2 more bookshelves, and I just don't really have space for them. They're all just stacked up in my bedroom right now. So I don't not buy books, but I definitely sort of weigh in my head, like, do I need the physical book? But anyways, I would definitely recommend "A Man for All Markets," and if you are okay with a biography, "The Man Who Solved the Market" would also be a good one. But yeah, anyways, there's a reason for mentioning this. So some of the big firms that would be examples of these. So Renaissance Technologies is the Jim Simons one. Also Robert Mercer, that is largely where he got his fortune. The Citadel Securities, which is also sort of taken on this like market maker role now. So like they're not just they're not just a hedge fund. They do also do like they fulfill orders. What are some of the other ones? But another one that I'm definitely thinking of is Jane Street, and like they're kind of interesting because they code exclusively in OCaml. In fact, I believe they're responsible for a lot of developing libraries for it, and that I don't know how much of the growth of whatever the ecosystem for OCaml is. Is it OCaml? I'm pretty sure it is. But anyway, like I'm assuming some portion of that growth is driven entirely by this quant shop. But one of the things that's kind of like, it's a very different attitude, right? Like, you have the historical portrayal of like these very sort of alpha personalities, running around Wall Street, or like actually, I guess like Billions would be an example of this. So like a character like Wags compared to a character like Taylor, who's, again, very mathematical. But the big thing is that like, the shift has been like people, coming out of like physics departments and stuff like that are being hired because in the end, the financial knowledge is maybe not as important for the strategies that are being employed by those firms, but your ability to like solve puzzles and to be able to model uncertainty in certain ways. And a lot of them sometimes just wind up being like understanding the plumbing well enough that you are able to sort of execute certain orders ahead of others. All of that is sort of fair game. And what this is translated into is that like there's a big puzzle culture on Wall Street. And so like, I think Jane Street is actually somewhat well known for fielding these very good puzzle teams. Or is it? I'm pretty sure it's like a puzzle team. There may be like a different name for it, but the reason why I mention this is it's kind of fun because I do really believe, I also play a couple of games where like there's a kind of an active like ARG community. People will do some like really interesting things to solve you know, they'd solve some stuff that to me I would actually consider to be like, I have no idea how any human being achieved this. And like, maybe it's just a question of like the amount of time I'm willing to spend on it or whatever. But I also think in some of these cases, I'm just not that clever. But yeah, with that in mind, like for my part, I do think I sometimes need to rely on luck. So in the case of Despoil the Auction, if you hit a certain type of painting, you may realize that there's something there. Now, you know, you do need the presence of mind to realize that there's something going on. I'll maybe try and give an example in one of these other levels as to why, you know, you do need a presence of mind to realize that there's something else. But like I think the trick to solving those kinds of ones is to realize like what does the puzzle maker expect you to have in your possession at that time. So in the case of the resort, like there's a heavy blacklight element. And so it's sort of like, well, you know, probably if you realize that something unusual happened, usually probably what you want to do at that point is wave your blacklight over it. And then at that point, you maybe start realizing patterns, or you start realizing, you know, where things happen, where they don't. And you eventually figure it out. I definitely didn't get this the first, second, or even the third time I did Despoil the Auction, but it definitely started to sort of slowly reveal its secrets to me. Although again, I'm pretty sure this is available. If you want to know how to get this, it's not a secret. Like people will let you know. I actually don't even think I technically solved the puzzle. What I did was I got far enough that I could like brute. I'm pretty sure I brute force. No, hang on. I was going to, and then I think I think the last painting, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I said paint. Okay. I think it involves paintings. I actually think the last painting was in the room. So I think I actually went back and got a black light. But yeah, anyways, so these ones I sort of feel like if you spend enough time, these I think you can kind of achieve through one, realizing that there is a puzzle, like the game communicates there's something funny with this, and two, once you realize there's something unusual going on, you know, it's just a matter of applying the thought and sort of like the puzzle part, right? And then so yeah, the chess one is basically a chess puzzle, and then I would also be willing to guess that one may not be randomized. Like, I guess you can like make randomly generated chess puzzles, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a fixed result to that, or like maybe there's only like a little shuffling. Actually, there could be a little shuffling because it's over multiple sessions. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you could just find the solution to that one online and plug it in. One that's contained within a level, though, I wouldn't be surprised if it's randomized. They definitely I don't know why people do that in this game. But what was I going to say?
The choice is always yours.
Presumably they do that to make me lose my train of thought. Yeah, anyways, so that's a very, very long way of saying there are puzzles in the game. I actually kind of like how puzzles are sort of like seeping into a whole bunch of different places, you know, places you maybe wouldn't expect them, but I am not very good at them. So someone gave me a puzzle book on a work trip, which I really, really like, but I also recognize my limitations. Okay, I think I'm going to try Destroy the Evidence. This one is a little mazy, so I have a feeling I may struggle with Henrietta. But I think it's good to do a challenge. I will confess I probably don't have the heart to do Fumigate the Factory and Disrupt the Neighborhood, and I think that's because, if I'm not mistaken, Psychosurgery removes intel, which means I'm going to need to memorize the locations of six codes. And I'm willing to do that for the core therapy, but I have my limits in terms of what I'm willing to do with the Jaeger. I suppose if I get this on an escalation run, I'm just going to have to man up, but let's not take on things. I genuinely think it is possible that I will die in this, and that means I don't complete it. And likewise with Fumigate the Factory, that is one that I have died because I can't properly find my way out of the poisoned area. So I think if I need to do 5 more, right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I can pick, you know, maybe I'll do Seize the Narcotics or Fabricate the Scandal to get it done quickly. And I guess the question is, do I still want the stun?
Obedience facilitates autonomy.
Yeah, why not?
Please step into the trial shower.
I should also say, too, I realize I kind of said that I'd been done with Outlast Trials for a bit. That was because, you know, I'd finished the seasonal events. The fact that these only last a week, I don't want to completely... I don't want to turn stream time into my personal gaming time. So I do want to come back to XCOM. I'll wait till the briefing's done.
The ceaselessly grinding entropy that destroys fact and makes way for history. Use the acid to destroy the evidence, and we will let you out.
But yeah, so one of the big motivators for some Outlast Trials lately has just been I have not had a full night's sleep for the whole week. I've been progressively feeling it each day.
Watch your steps.
So as a consequence... yeah, this isn't exactly the sort of thing that I want to just, like, idly play. Like, it's, you know, this does require some degree of focus. Yes.
Watch me, Doctor.
Well, crap. I just want to make sure the exit's ready for me on my way out. But yeah, as a... You can't walk back like this. I'm also not using my rig enough, but... Anyway, yeah, sorry. The Nope, nope, that's no good. So I think I just made life harder for me by triggering a bunch of enemies who will enter into the building. Interesting. So one thing I sure can't do with this one thing I sure can't do is
What can I do?
run with the acid. I think I'm gonna have to dodge that one. So I will confess, I don't think it's a terrible idea to like clear out the traps and move through the level, even if it means I get through stuff slower. It sure saves me a lot of heartache later in the level. There is an open question as to whether or not I want to use the lockpick, though. At some point I am going to need to go back to the front. So, one of the drawbacks here, yeah. I can't run with this. Don't you just not fit? The hardest problem for... How you doing, all goods? So this is the thing. I do actually want her to. All right, here we go. All right, now unfortunately that's on the wrong side. Okay, so keep cool. The biggest worry I have right now is Henrietta. Maybe I shouldn't stay in the bright areas. There is actually a reasonable argument for me to try and like cluster as many of the acid. What the Fuck! Is there just no way to cross this without dealing with this shit? Alright, this is gonna be fun. I can't believe this. Oh, fuck! I missed. Alright, so there was some health back there. There's two big things I need. One, I need to deal with the I need a bottle to deal with those pouncers. One hit isn't enough to kill the run, but actually I wasn't thinking. I shouldn't have used the bottle. I should have used the stun. So that's on me. And Henrietta's probably going to show up soon. Yeah, I'm definitely in repair mode. I'm pretty sure a hit from any enemy on psychosurgery is going to take me out now. Okay, now unfortunately this is a dead end for me with Henrietta. But I have a plan. The big thing for her is she can't actually get me unless she catches me. This may turn out to be a dead end, but I'm gonna pursue it as far as I can. Yeah, I think this... nope! Okay, I hate I'm being cowardly here. So there's gonna be... I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some kind of objective in the, oh, that's danger. Okay, that helps me with pouncers. Okay, that's not open. I need that. Fuck me! Okay, that's a wasted item, but I definitely don't want to take extra damage from the big lady. And again, unfortunately, I can't run with this stuff. Ah, you know what? In future... okay, I need to remember that. So there was a way through it. Obviously, I'm not going to go back through. Well, you know what? This has promise. Unbelievable. Alright, so... Now, I gotta get on the other side of that. Okay. Big lady sees me. That leads us right back to the end. The start. It would not be a bad idea for me to unlock that. Okay, here we go. Wouldn't be bad for me to unlock the medicine cabinet. But right now I kind of keep on the move. Do I really want to kill one of those? Sure seems useful. Question is, am I really gonna be back in a position where I can, oh, here we go. Wait, did I... Huh. Okay. Now, unfortunately... I have no idea where I left the acid. Oh, that's going to be Henrietta on her way. Okay, yeah. Whoa! I forgot they can do that. So sometimes you'll see boarded doors, but that might be an opportunity for me. Nope, not here. Okay, now this may be blocked. Nope, we're good. So one of the tricks here is I need to make progress in the level.
Watch it, Doctor.
So I need to make progress in the level in a way that I can move this closer to the courthouse. This might actually be the wrong way through, but... I'm not the only one who hears reagent fucked, right? Okay, that's opening. Well, you do also hear an there's an instruction execute that gets declared as well. Oh, that's unfair. Oh, this isn't... This gets me nothing! Oh boy. Alright. Fascinating. Okay, so she's gonna take her sweet time to get over here. But yeah, so like this whole area here was not accessible to me. It actually took Henrietta to deliver it. Ah, damn it. Nuts. Okay, that doesn't get me anywhere I want to be. Problem is, all of this is giving Henrietta a chance to catch up. Well, hi there. Okay. I'm going to take the opportunity to get the respawn pills. Alright, that's inconvenient. This may not be where I wanted to be, but at this point, let's take the opportunities we can get. Okay, bad luck. Doubly bad luck. I have no idea where Henrietta's in the bad place. Problem is, this guy is eventually going to turn around, and it's really going to suck for me. Okay, courtyard's helpful. So there's going to be a little tactic that I use here. It's called the don't die tactic. Okay, Coil just made that complicated. I have no idea what her pace is compared to my my speed. Okay, we're good. So, I'm leaving this here, and this is going to seem like the craziest nonsense. It's like, why wouldn't you try to achieve the objective? And it's because
I don't fucking know. That is assault with intent.
what I want to do now, right? So I can see at that point, that's going to be a little bit of a marker for me in terms of where I want to take the acid. Because the important thing to remember here, right, is I'm going to try and find the most direct path. Ooh. I'm going to try to find the most direct path to something like the courtyard. It's probably not going to turn out, but the key here is that I can now use... Oh yeah, I have to drop, right. I can use that as a sort of a signal. I could theoretically also use Henrietta's movements as a bit of a tip, but... there is kind of an argument... Ah, God, that seems to be available. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, that sucks. So I don't want to overstay my welcome here. Now the big question is whether or not I can get to that opening before the gates close. That's kind of always the question on this level, but... Okay, so that gate's closed. That one's open. So I don't know how I'm getting out of here. No, it's not by staying here. It's gonna take me a while to get the, God, I don't even know how to get out of here. So I definitely need to learn economy of movement right now. I don't have my stun. Henrietta's going to be chasing me down. Sure sounds like she knows where I am.
Evacuate the trial.
There's a blood trap!
I have a plan.
Please exit your
So there's two steps to this. One, I need to keep Henrietta distant. And then I need to account for Coil's movements. I think I've cleared him. Alright, so that wasn't so bad. I mean, like, obviously there's damage that I took and parts that pissed me off, but the level does feel a bit mazy. The more you do it, though, the more, like, so I originally thought that there were parts of the level that were completely cut off through those gates. That definitely doesn't seem to be the case. I think there is a way around the gates. However, it can seem like you don't have any kind of, like, progression, for the simple reason that, like, if you don't know the level and it takes you a certain amount of time to get to one of the gates, then it's gonna feel like like it's permanently closed because, the level's shifting over time, which is, I suspect, the intent. But obviously it's difficult if it's the first time you're doing it.
Damn near perfect. I'd almost think you're the one teaching me.
All right. I may take a minute to get something to drink, but I still have a little more coffee, so I guess the question is when I want to take that break. I am going to take a moment. I don't want to, like, spend a whole lot of time in the in my, like, room between sessions. It's usually a bit better to just, get into the next one, but I want to... I do kind of want to account for how I'm going to be spending my time. Yeah, so I still need 4 more trials. I guess the observation I would make here is if it's averaging out at about half an hour per trial, then, I mean, I'd spend the rest of it doing the special therapy, which incidentally is not a hardship for me. It's just a little different from how I was planning. So maybe, I don't know how people feel about this, but I'm thinking maybe we take a small break and we do we switch back to Rebirth. There's not really an advantage to me doing so. It's just so that I can, like, clear out the Rebirth token, because I'm already, like, a quarter of the way to my next level up. And, the other thing that I'm thinking is that usually Rebirth takes me longer than the other ones. So if I do Rebirth now, I've locked that in. And like, let's say at the end of the stream, I'm, like 2 sessions away and, or maybe even 1 session away, but I've already been going a little bit later. I'm probably going to be more likely to extend the stream a little bit longer. So I don't know how you feel about that. I'm going to, one way or another, I'm going to take a minute here just to do a small break for myself. Yeah, and I don't know if anybody has a strong feeling one way or the other about what they'd like to see. I am open to suggestion, but I figure the least I can do right now is pause for a little bit of refreshment, get myself ready to go for the next the next batch of challenges. And yeah, I think if I don't get any feedback one way or the other in terms of what people would like to see, I think I'm going to do the rebirth, and then I will I'll go back and sorry, words fail me. I'll do the rebirth, and then I'll try and get as many of the seasonal modes in. But yeah, no worries, Algrins. I appreciate you being here. I ask this stuff sometimes rhetorically, but it's nice if people have a preference. Like, even it's like, I wish you'd stop playing this game. Like, there's more or less respectful ways to say that. But yeah, I wanted to give people the option because I'm sort of indifferent. But one thing that won't get me any closer to doing this stuff is talking more. So I'm going to mute. I'm going to get up and take a small break, a stretch, encourage you all to do the same, maybe get a glass of water, and then we'll do rebirth and more seasonal stuff when I am back. So see you all in a little bit. Thank you all for your patience. So, I've got not exactly warm coffee. I've got a blanket. I've got something to drink. We've got cozy Outlast. And time for us to do rebirth.
Shit. You actually finished. Okay, hold on. I gotta read this to you. Congratulations.
therapy for release into the world. If you can pass a final trial alone, you will earn your freedom. This will cost you your identity, but you will be allowed to keep your achievements. If you agree to these terms, simply walk through the door. Hope that made sense to you. Kinda lost.
All right. Sorry, just figure it's not a bad idea for me to pour the drink now rather than during the trial. Okay, you have earned the right to attempt rebirth, but the path you take to rebirth is your choice. Solo rebirth will return you alone to the mansion where your therapy began. Communal rebirth will take you on a mirror image replay of a trial, alone or with a group. A reflection of all we have accomplished here. If you succeed, a new reagent will take your place in the facility. All your current progression is kept. Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. So the idea here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the original rebirth was solo rebirth. And after the Amelia event, they actually closed out rebirth for a while. And communal rebirth was added. Now, I've been doing the communal rebirth because there are individual newspapers that you get for doing them. So I don't know, I felt that would not be a bad... It's a nice little collectible, right? And then once I have all the collectibles, then I can go back to solo rebirth. Well, I say back to solo rebirth. I've never actually done the solo rebirth, but from what I understand, there's like an animation that plays, or one of several animations that play. So I would be interested in seeing it. It's just, again, I want to collect my goodies. The other thing I believe is that if you do the Toy Factory.
You are your reflection. A dishonest pose for vanity and self-abuse. You are trapped. You are blind. You are meat. Until you destroy everything you see in the mirror. Destroy the lie. And release yourself.
What was I going to say? Collecting newspapers, solo. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, sorry. I believe actions you take in the rebirth trial do not count towards your like dailies. So there's other reasons for doing it. I think you get like 10,000 XP, and then there are I think like the max task for rebirth is like 100 or 250 or something like that. There's a lot of rebirth you can do. But the main one for me right now is to collect all the newspapers. Oh, fumigate the factory. All right, this one's going to be quite difficult for me, and it looks like we have toxic shock, which I guess in the grand scheme of things isn't super bad. But I definitely feel like I'm gonna struggle with this one. But I don't know, like, you know, I say that, but if I'm gonna struggle, like, okay, I'll struggle with it, but like, what? I need to pretend that the trial doesn't exist? I declare trial bankruptcy. Stuff gets hard. It's, deal with it. The funny thing is, I'm hitting the I'm like, I keep hitting the X-ray as if it gives me a score. The one thing that is helpful though is it does identify valves for me. Oh, it's in the room. Oh, I went the wrong way.
Do we have a new friend?
There's a wrong little slower exists of Christ.
There's no raw stuff to...
Faster, fellas!
I would have sworn there was somebody here.
Oh god, I took it the wrong way. Man, I did not hear her. It is actually one of the first times I've had an enemy get the drop on me like that. Okay, big man's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I mean, like, normally these things, like, normally the enemies are, like, really loud. So, like, I was waiting for her to come out in front of me. But, one of the reasons they're so noisy is to, like, prevent a situation like that happening where you have, like, no idea that danger's in front of you. But, I mean, again, it's a fair, like, I know I get salty at some parts. Oh, okay, there's definitely something I want to react to in here. Okay, right there. I also want to mind my business with the fire unit. Okay, I heard the big guy walking around. Damn it! That's the thing I want.
Bastard.
So we'll just wait till he clears the area. Actually, probably wouldn't hurt to wait for the Molotov to... I keep saying Molotov. I believe the text in the game actually calls it a pitcher. You guys think you're tired of hearing Spider now?
Spider.
So I don't think it would be a terrible idea for me to finish off the rest of these. There's evidence up there, but I don't think there's any real incentive for me to get it other than bragging rights. Just to be clear, that was Brave running. So one of the tricky calls I'm going to have to make here is, like, let's take a minute here. This definitely does not give you, like, a perfect view of the whole level. I think I am going to move towards the valve. Actually, this is probably, yeah, this is the one that caused me grief last time. Okay, let's just be careful.
Now, boys and girls! Don't your daddy? Where do you think a naughty lurker would lurk? Let's try over here. Call me Mother Gooseberry in front of the children.
Oh, by the way, that's one of those things that Henrietta banged through. Aha. This is actually going to complicate the... Ooh, yeah. I think this is going to complicate the finale quite a bit. If I recall correctly, I do not have a path to the start of the level. At least here I don't. I will consider, I'll consider some alternate paths, but... Yeah, so one of the challenges I'm going to run into here is that there's 2 sections to this level. And there's like a one-way revolving door. Okay. I definitely want to pay attention to that valve there, and I definitely want to pay attention to the fact that there are not a lot of ways to hide once people become aware of me messing around. Alright, and that's an inconvenient place for her to move. Damn it! Oh, she's gonna catch me. Fuck! That's one for me to pay attention to. Now, unfortunately, I have a lot of health I need to get back.
Just stop filming now. You should have listened to your mommy, dentist. Hey, it's your friend.
That hit was a pretty poor showing.
I don't think anybody's there.
We're there, them box. We're red clumps and black.
Completed.
Yeah. That I find intriguing. I'll take a look there. Again, one hit from Gooseberry will be sufficient to kill me right now, so I want to be pretty careful about that.
I.
Well, what do you know? Okay, Gooseberry's down the end there. The key to this one is I just need to... Oh, no. This is going to be fucking hard. Yeah, so normally in that case, like, you just straight up lose the health bar. I think because it wasn't the toxic shock, it like let me off the hook. But as long as Henrietta's here, that's a shame.
I don't see anything, Daddy.
I wanted the health, but... Whoa! Jesus.
Nothing happened for me until I came.
So yeah, Henrietta is really tough in these ones because you have to hide. So like in the end, I had to kind of balance the dangers in the level. So like one of the dangers is I get caught while I get caught out in the toxic shock and I lose health. Well, like, health isn't a permanent loss.
I'll find every last
this is also full of poison. This I'm gonna pick up, but I'm not gonna take. I'm not gonna use. And I'm missing my lockpick. But yeah, anyway, so like, what are the... Oh, there's the health. I just need to make sure that she's not in a place to kill me. Okay, yeah, so, like, how do I triage all these horrible things that are about to happen to me, right? Well, if Henrietta catches me, that's an instant kill, right? So that's clearly like there's no condition under which I want to accept that happening. You know, what if I take damage? Well, damage is the thing that is most likely to be recovered, right? Like I should be the most willing to take damage because I just need health. So that's like at the very bottom of the ranking. I want to see what that looks like. That's a pusher. I am being a bit of a baby here. Like I should probably be making bigger and bolder moves, but. So yeah, it was sort of like, okay, stay in the... Okay, that's not where I want to be. Mind you, I don't exactly want to be in the poison gas either.
Come back! Mother has such a fun game for you! I'm sure there's some children somewhere.
It's obviously not the smartest thing for me to be making noise so close to her, but gives me a chance to, oh, well, also protect myself from the gas. We have a whole other section of this to do, by the way. This is one of the reasons why I'm sort of admonishing myself for being a bit of a baby about this stuff. If I can find a way to deliver the evidence before the like finale. The finale is kind of tough for me because the area fills with poison gas. I also find it a little weird I didn't use the... Okay, let's close the distance. Okay, picture's not great. Oh, somebody saw something. So I need to remember that pictures are ranged, so I don't want to... I don't want to be too reckless, but...
Here we are.
Okay, it's in the shack, that's why I missed it. But I may have to make noise to get there. Yeah. Mind you, the game will make noise for me. Okay. I'm going to want to be pretty careful with the... I'm going to want to be pretty careful with the valve. I don't have a lot of hiding places. Now, one of the things I'm also going to want to keep an eye on in the... when I complete... This is the third of the poison, so I believe the level sort of fills up with poison at that point. That makes it quite dangerous for me as far as like keeping my health up. And again, the way that Mother Gooseberry works, if I'm missing even 1 bar of health, that is something that, as long as I don't have bandages, which you'll notice I'm keeping in my my inventory constantly now. Okay, so I'm gonna do 2, and then I'm gonna pop back in the hiding spot. And it gives me a chance to get rid of this.
My clumsy grip. Mine's playing tricks on me. No, doesn't mean anything. They always cry after.
So obviously we're gonna give him some time to go away. I'm pretty sure the valve is a very, very loud event. Like the game doesn't necessarily make it sound loud, but I think in terms of the way the enemies react, it's kind of like you set off a firework in the area. It feels like. Okay, he's nearby.
Danger little, but it ain't bad.
This is my home now.
You're watching. Don't let those old men see you sweat.
But yeah, I think I was talking about the strategy for when I get out of the... God, they're just packing the place full. I think I can live with a pusher. Like if he provokes a Skinner man, that'll do me in. Okay. This is risky. Good news is when I do one of those... Actually, I might do one and run. But yeah, so just like Toxic Shock, for one reason or another, the poison doesn't affect the hiding areas. So as long as even if I feel lost in the area, as long as I move from like cover to cover, I don't need to worry about taking damage. So this is a demonstration. So see how that that effect went away. Now, I'm gonna wait till the guy patrols back. You know what? I'm not crazy about that idea. All right. Well, we'll wait for this to clear, and then maybe we run for it. But again, in my opinion to this, the thing that is going to make this succeed or fail is basically my ability to do... to effectively manage the cover on the way to the exit. Okay. So this may not be the smartest thing I'm doing, but I am actually going to try and check out those documents. I know there's a hiding place. I know there's a hiding place near there. I suspect the barrier will still be up, but it's one that I want to check.
Well, I was wondering, the other children never looked familiar.
So that's actually really useful information that area opens. Okay, so another thing that I'm going to want to focus on. Oop. So this little area here is going to lock down before we go into the shuttle. So I notice there's a blue barrel there for hiding. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot else. Oh no, there's also lockers. Okay. So again, the plan behind that was just to make sure that I'm not, excuse me, I'm not setting myself up for like a suffocating death. There was one case where I tried this on intensive, and it's a shame because I believe I got through it without taking any damage. And unfortunately, in this section, I thought I could outrun Mother Gooseberry like I do in the other instances. And first problem I ran into was I started suffocating. Second problem, because I was suffocating, I immediately rushed the shuttle button. Okay, I'm gonna take a minute here and unlock the door. And then I took enough damage to the suffocation that when Gooseberry hit me, I started bleeding out, and I can't remember if I was about to get on the shuttle or if something else happened. But basically, kind of, it's one of those perfect examples of how panicking doesn't get you anything. But it's like completely understandable in that situation. And if I'd just taken a minute to say, you know, I don't take damage when I'm in cover, and Mother Gooseberry's not going to be able to hit me when I'm in cover. If I just had the presence of mind to draw those two conclusions, I would have had the A+. Hey, it is D-Pain. How you doing? Welcome to your viewers. Thank you very much for the host. And very Happy New Year to you. I believe this is the first time I've seen you in the new year. How are you doing? What were you playing? And do you have any big plans or resolutions for the new year? My New Year's resolution is to become an exclusive Outlast Trial streamer, despite my dubious play on the hardest difficulty and constant complaining about things that aren't bugs, thinking they're bugs. I actually don't really... There's a couple things I do genuinely think were bugs, like because it felt like a character sort of teleported down the stairs, but... You're doing some more Silk Song where all you do is fight bugs and complain. I'm just going to give him some distance because he's got the headphones on, which means he's more sensitive to sound. I can probably get a couple of bars out of this, but actually, you know what? I know we walked back by, but I also don't want to wait here forever. Interesting. God, this place is just full of jerks. I am glad I am glad that Henrietta doesn't double up. We'd like a new job? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know things were at that point in your existing job. Stream related, don't know, have fun. That is always the best motivation for a stream. I mean, I obviously do it for the money and women, but like for most people, I think having fun is the key. Okay. I can kind of phone it in a little bit with the bars. I think I have a clear enough idea. You've seen me play this before, right? Risk it this time. Okay, so the drawback on that one I was forced to get out of a comfortable spot because of the chase, but I was also potentially dealing with suffocating. Okay. This is my safety barrel. Yeah, that's fair. Also, I do not believe that I knew that you were engaged. So, congratulations, D-Pain. I'm sure it is very belated. And if you can give me a second, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I am in this barrel of safety. I could really use a toothpick, so I will be back in just a minute. Also gives me an opportunity to do one of these. Yes, so for those of you, I'm assuming D-Pain is already very familiar with my sarcasm, but for those of you who may not be familiar, the going pro is very much not a serious thing. Oops! Shouldn't have been paying attention. Actually, the stupidest thing I could have done would be to just stand around like I did there. Oh boy.
Warning. Gas.
Okay, I do want to find one of those antidotes. It's like they're all over the level until I need them. Let's try and keep that in. Okay, unfortunately... The hallucinations aren't too terrible, but I can definitely see them being a liability if I'm like being chased or if it causes me to miss that there's a okay, there we go. Now, unfortunately, I lost the plot on A2. So it should probably be up here. Okay, that's the wrong way. Somebody saw me. I was kind of hoping I could cheat, but I think I've just made it worse. Yeah, there's no red up here. Oh, I unintentionally found it. Ooh, okay. So the big challenge on this one is I do not have a really good theory for where the exit is, so moving from cover to cover is going to be the most important on this one. So I got a little lucky the last time in the sense that it turns out the gate was like right there and ready to go. I don't have any other signposts on this one. So first thing I want to do obviously is finish the activation. I seem to be doing so uninterrupted, which isn't bad. But again, the challenge here is that the level now fills with poison.
I accept my fate. Death is inevitable.
I'm not entirely convinced that the bandage is the thing I need the most in my inventory right now. Yes, he should have cared more about productivity. It's my favorite topic. So again, especially once my vision starts distorting. I think this is the wrong place for me to be. Yeah, this is outdoors, so it's not gonna... Okay, let's just... There is one possibility that says I just need to go the exact opposite direction. I'm not super opposed to that, but I do still need to keep the... Well, actually, I guess if I just follow the pipes, I'll wind back at the reservoir. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Right, there's still baddies coming after me. Like I said, the cover to cover is a pretty important step in this. Oh, I don't like him being around here.
I can't breathe.
I really need to find something to hop into. I feel like I just took a big circle. Yeah, this doesn't do anything for me. Okay, lesson learned. If I can find one on the ground, I'll feel a little more secure. There we go. Let's not be a hero. Sorry for the, like, we're right at the end. I'm sorry for the kind of clowny finale, but this is definitely the one that I struggle with. Could you imagine me doing this with a, like, full-time Henrietta?
Completed.
Okay. Okay, that's the exit that I want, but again, let's not tempt fate with the poison. Oh, I'm starting to get a little loose. Oh no! Okay, let's see if I can find an antidote in the immediate area. It looks like right there. A little too eager. So yeah, like the damage is probably one that I'm a little more worried about when there's the what am I trying to say? The when I'm words. You know what? Let's just start this. When I'm trying to get the A+, but at this point, this is going to fill with poison. And on top of that, Mother Gooseberry is going to show up. All right, this is actually not a bad time for that poison to show up. Okay. I'm going to try running. So obviously there's a risk with Mother Gooseberry here, but that was too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Now who's this?
I don't even get points for that, I just wanted to do it. Alright, that was a fairly convincing finish.
Our servants will obey us absolutely. They will kill for us and die for us because they will believe with absolute conviction that our goals are their own.
The Telegram. Pole injured in brothel debacle. House of ill repute shuts down. One suspect actively sought. A man later identified as a Polish diplomat was discovered catatonic in an establishment authorities have identified as a house of prostitution. The man in question, whose name is being withheld, is being returned by flight to Warsaw. The incident started when a Marseille woman received a frantic late-night call from her daughter describing bizarre and dangerous requests from a client, which had escalated to... Alright. So, I'm gonna split the difference here. I do really like running the credits for things, but I know this one is kind of long, so I'm gonna give this a minute to refresh my drink, and you know, like we can do the main credits here. I won't do the full thing. I will sort of speed through them, but I want to at least give a moment of mental rest before we go on to the psychosurgery. Like the flashback events. I wonder if the Murkoff compliance agents are the moderators for the Discord. I will share, actually, one thing I quite like about the community. So there's a Stroop test, which I was having some difficulty finding a partner for. And I just went into the Discord saying, is like, hey, can anybody give me a hand with a Stroop test? And like, they did. They explained it. They kicked my ass. And then they're like, hey, you know, you seem like you know what you're doing. Like, do you want to come in on the... And they were doing, like, psychosurgery... Oh, for those of you that don't know, this is the introductory sequence. There's a tutorial in this. This is replaying the introductory sequence.
Welcome to the therapy. I'm Dr. Easterman. I want you to think of me as a friend, a father, a confidant. Somehow I can't help but feel like I've met you before. Like a princess in a dream. Maybe this place was made for you and you for it. Maybe there's no such thing as too healthy. No such thing as too much love. I think you and I may achieve something miraculous.
But yeah, so I said, it's like, yeah, you know, I was planning on going to bed soon, but like, what did you have in mind? It's like, oh yeah, no, this is not for if you're getting ready to go to bed. And they're like, despoil the auction, psychosurgery, Jaeger onboarding. So like Henrietta present through the entire level and invasions enabled. Which I like in a group of people, I actually think would be really interesting to do. But like, yeah, I'm not doing that just before bedtime. Like I've had over 2 hour sessions in Despoil the Auction. So, all right, proxy reagent. A reagent has earned their freedom and somebody new must take their place. Choose a new identity. You will lose none of your progression. You have all the same rigs, upgrades, and accumulated trauma. You have lost nothing and still have so much to gain. So again, canonically, this is a completely new character, but I am set in my ways, so I'm going to do my default look.
You all right there?
I'll ask you it as D-Pain because you're my movie comrade. Does this remind you of one of the villains in Raiders of the Lost Ark? Because it sure does for me. Mad loots. All right. So the general rule that I'd like to apply for going through this, I think I've talked about this before. When I get rebirth tokens up to 100, cash it in for a new newspaper, which I will just show here. You only remember when they... I wonder why you remember the opening of the Ark of the Covenant. So yeah, newspaper 3, 2, 7, 12, 17, 19, 20, 23, and 24. So what is that? 5, 6, 7, 9. 9 more rebirths. And then for tasks. In 8 reagents, I'll get my next little trophy, and it maxes out at 100. So I've got, I don't know, 83 feels like a bit of a distance to get my big reward. But yeah, so the general strategy I have is that I used to have, like, on 2 occasions I wound up close to, well, actually, sorry, I guess I couldn't have on 2 occasions wound up close to 1,000. Otherwise, I would be at 20 by now. But I've definitely gotten close to 1,000. And then what I was worrying about was I was getting kind of close to the limit again. And I wasn't entirely sure if I wasn't entirely sure if I would be a low-level character. I was getting close to level 90, and I was getting a lot of tokens. So I sort of started drawing them down. And the main reason for that is that when I'm at a low-level character, I like to get through the first set of, like, get these green tickets by doing the escalation therapy. And the reason for that is that the escalation therapy by default starts you off with nothing, and it's a roguelike, so you just build your way up. So there's no drawback to starting escalation therapy at level 1. And if you're already in the middle of an escalation round, when you are when you relapse, then you're starting off with more items than you would have had anyway. And I believe there's an experience bonus that you get as you carry through anyway. So generally in my opinion, that's the right way to go about it. And the catch is that if you try that strategy, and let's say you're at like 980 rebirth tokens or something, potentially you are leaving rebirth tokens on the table. I think it maxes out at 1,000 or something like that. And so what I've since decided to do, because there doesn't seem to be any like cosmetic benefit to doing more rebirth or anything like that, once I get to 100, I just throw my character into rebirth and and reset, so that I can kind of make that gradual increase to to finish the tasks. I don't even think you get like experience for it. I think it's just like bragging rights, but I do like bragging rights. So, but yeah, that's roughly the way I handle it. So at this point, whenever I get to 1,000 rebirth tokens, with the exception of like a special event going on, I will more or less default to rebirth. But I've held this off long enough. So the last thing that I need to do within 3 days is do 15 trials of the special therapy. I've done 11, so it's just 4 more. I have time for at least 1 more. We'll see where the rest of the evening takes me. I'm going to go back to the stun rig. Let's do slippers. Actually, you know what? Well, let's have a think. So I'm definitely going to go back to evasive maneuver. I may even change that to a permanent acquisition after a while, but we also aren't going to have to deal with Henrietta for after like what, 3 days? Yeah, 3 days. I'm not going to have to worry about her. So I mean, if I wanted, I could try fumigate the factory again, and I think it's really clear here that if I do that, I'm going to run into the difficulty that if my strategy relies on hopping from cover to cover, Henrietta is going to sort of chase me down and kill me. And the thing is that I do actually want to complete these, and I want to complete these in good time. So I'm going to skip Disrupt the Neighborhood. I'm going to skip Fumigate the Factory. It's been a while since I've done Fabricate the Scandal, so let's give that one a try. I think I can get that one done reasonably quickly, all things being equal. And we'll see where we're at after that event. I don't know if Stun's the one that I really need in this level. It can't hurt though. Can't see how a jammer would help. And yeah, so what if I do this by... So X-ray is something I'm like always willing to bring along. Heal is like playing not to lose, although I guess the heal would be good against the Crest Poison.
The reality more must be shaped to entertain the swinish masses. Prove the crime, delight the swine, and we will let you out.
So yeah, heal is like playing not to lose. Barricade I just don't see being useful. Mine relies on people positioning themselves where they need to, whereas this one I'm like moving things to objectives. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the stun at least gets me a get out of jail free card if I really bungle the job. Okay, let us fabricate the scan. We are, what the hell? S&M, close and Spatlin. Oh, right, okay, never mind, that, I'm being dumb. So that one goes away, so we want, hardware and the restaurant, okay. Yoink, yoink. I might want to bring the objective with me. She's here. Okay, let's be careful with the... This guy I actually want to try and run past in the light.
I wonder if they make these for looking through corners.
So, can't see me because I'm in the light.
Sounds like some fun.
So I want to be a little careful on this because Henrietta's just, you can see her getting down on the back. Oh, come on. Okay. So I'm pretty safe running through here. Okay, guess this is not the hardware we're looking for. I don't have unlimited stamina, so I need to be careful. Seems like a good time for me to get out in the open. Ooh. Okay. I need the green in that room. I'm gonna run out of stamina in a bit. Oh crap, I went the wrong way. Oh, that's a good trick. Okay. I'm all tuckered out. Hey, Takri, how you doing? I'm sure you're shocked to find out I'm playing this. How you doing? And the shoes match. Okay. Thanks. I like it. Okay, this is obviously super reckless, just running down like this, but I have the adrenaline, right? So it's also very hard not to take the opportunity. Okay, so we want red on the other side. That's at the restaurant. Okay, Okay, so I don't get free stamina anymore. But oh crap. Okay, so now I'm gonna crouch. I'm completely out of stamina. Alright, now he's gonna probably come after me soon. Yeah, he's coming. Ooh. I did not realize that Henrietta lost me. That's actually going to complicate the situation a little bit. It's going to complicate the situation a lot. Okay. Under normal circumstances, I would try and take the red. I'd try and take the red statue to the objective. In this case here, I'm going to send Henrietta on a merry chase. That's actually really interesting that they just respawn the Jaeger. It's like, obviously she's going to be chasing me. One of the big advantages I have right now, if I just take, like, if I walk, if I'm casual about... Oh man, I haven't been doing any of the propaganda posters. I've been a little too efficient at finishing the level. I mean, I guess I technically don't need them for the okay, there we go. So like, she's gonna have to chase me down the stairs now, right? It also looked like the hardware store was behind... Okay, so we can go to hell. Okay, so I'm all tuckered out. Now the catch is going to be if this isn't the hardware store. Okay, 2 more of those. Now, Henrietta's got me in a corner here if I'm not quick, so... By the way, Sharpieing that on, I would not have been surprised if they did a signature. Okay, I do have the evasive maneuvers ability, but I'm gonna try and be sneaky. Alley-oop! Haha! Alright. So I don't want to be too fast, because apparently she'll just respawn. Also gives me a chance to find another poster. Okay, that is a scary noise. So they're probably going to chase me the full distance. Oh right, I already took one. This gives me a chance to scout the... There we go. 3rd propaganda poster. So I just need to deliver the red... Okay, I want to be real careful about that pair. Okay. Sadly, I can't wait for Henrietta. Fuck off. Oh, you're playing a game? Allow me to interrupt. Character. Is this the restaurant? No, this is the beauty salon. Problem is, each time I do this, sure doesn't look like a restaurant. That looks like a restaurant. Fuck off. Seriously? Alright. I'm gonna have to get sneaky with this one again. I'd rather not use the, let's not think. Come on. There's got to be something I can throw around here. I've got 3 propaganda posters, right? Okay. So I think the real problem here is that Otto and Aurora are going to be waiting for me. Yeah. You can see him moving in the background there. Okay, I got a bit lucky here, so let's just leg it to the exit. Oh, god damn it. That was potentially a liability. No lock. Face me again. What? How'd they teleport? That's for cheating. Extraordinary reagent performance. We may need to increase trauma to provide sufficiently challenging therapy. No malices. I guess it's not a malice, but no demerits. And we did the secondary objective. So, for those of you that enjoy the sunny ways of the Outlast Trials,
Perfection. Tomorrow's wars will be endless and quiet, and we will win them with silent weapons like you.
I don't know if I can do it as fast as that, but I also I don't mind there being a little more variety in what we're playing. I'm going to be a little less, I'm less inclined to do Traffic the Product again, just because I think it took me a half hour the last time I did it. And again, I'm, just if it's not clear, I'm still trying to knock out 3 more trials, but... Have fun with the outstanding reenactment of Black Friday in the 90s. Really? You guys were allowed to wear lingerie in the store? Cool. Old people had the greatest time. Anyways, thank you very much, SD Payne. For those of you, again, not familiar with Mr. D Payne, he is a streamer on Twitch. Thank you very much for sharing your audience with me. For those of you who are still sticking around, I'm glad you're gluttons for punishment. Now, for those of you who will be remaining, so we're doing the flashback therapy. I've already got the sort of rewards for it, but I do want to get the 50 tickets. So I need to do 3 more of these, and the ones that I seem to be able to do the quickest in the flashback therapy are Seize the Narcotics and Fabricate the Scandal. So Fabricate the Scandal is the one that I just did. I suspect I probably won't be able to do it without damage the way that I did before. But if you don't mind more of the same, I'm happy to do that one and see if I can get it done with similar efficiency. Alternatively, if you'd like to see some variety, we have Seize the Narcotics, and I did find one small adjustment to the loadout that I think helps me do that a little bit faster. So it's always hard for me to phrase it in the form of a question, because I know if people are just here to hang out and lurk, it's not the best thing in the world to like ask the question and then sit in silence. But does anybody have a preference between seeing something new and doing the last scenario again? I'm also happy, I suppose, I could also just alternate between the two. But before I completely commit to something, I'm happy to take advice. No preference. Got to get your holiday stuff. Oh, you mean like the catalog? Yes, but I'm going to do that after, like, I usually do that at the very end for the simple reason that if I I like to just have a big stack of tickets rather than like do the catalog every time I touch the every time I finish a level. So, all right, if there's no preference, let's do Seize the Narcotics. I'm kind of curious how quickly I can do that with the new loadout, and then we can maybe make a judgment if I go later. So stun still seems to be the operative one. I'm going to trade out the slippers for backpack. So this is so psychosurgery knocks my inventory down by 1 slot. The prescription raises my inventory by 1, and backpack raises my inventory by 1. So that gives me 4 slots, and that seems like a small thing, except for when I'm doing solo Seize the Narcotics. It actually has a pretty meaningful difference. So there's 10 drugs you need to get. So they're all in the evidence room. You need to stash them in the body. So if you have 3 inventory slots, that means you need to make 4 trips to and from the evidence room. If you have 4 slots, that means you only need 3. And you can choose to bring an item with you on 2 of... sorry, did I get that right? Yeah, you can choose to bring an item with you on 2 of them, or you can have 2 items on one of the journeys. So that difference of 1 inventory slot is basically like it's a whole other back and forth. Now the catch is that if you bring along 4, sorry, I should have picked the mission. The drawback is that if you bring 4, you actually also need to deliver 4, and that's where some of the challenge comes in. But I do have a plan for that as well, sort of. And again, as always, I have the option of like lowering the difficulty down to introductory or whatever, and just like, you know, constantly running through the level and, you know, bullying Coil and stuff like that. But my view is that I don't know, if there's like 24 hours left in the event, sure, I'll do it because I want to like lock in the gains. But preferably my default is psychosurgery now.
Controlled substance. The law enslaves minds by caging bodies. You destroy bodies and liberate minds. Find the narcotics, set yourself free, and we will let you out.
There are some starts that I feel are a little bit easier. Like there's one that's a relatively short distance from the... I mean, I guess they're all probably like equal distance, but there's one that feels like a shorter distance. And in one sense it's good, but it also means that there's a shorter distance for Henrietta to travel, which is not so good. Okay, that's... Actually, I haven't seen the detective's office closed before. Already hear Henrietta behind us.
I want to hear you drag you son.
So I would love to search around for some... I'd love to be able to search around for the posters. Okay. Okay, he's on his way out. I want to be careful, right? Because Henrietta's also on the way. Okay, let's go for it. So this one I want to be a little delicate with. Okay, she's picking an inconvenient angle. And Coil's on his way too, so... Okay, already got that. Now I'm going to be a little... Ooh! Adrenaline is just what the doctor ordered. Right, that's closed off. Okay, so that's not a bad distance from Henrietta. I'm going to try and stuff all of these in the corpse. The problem is I can't hear when somebody's detected me. That's the only drawback to the adrenaline. I think I'm going to take a minute here and smash out the wall. So the thing to remember here, right, is I don't want Henrietta to be close to the evidence. Ooh, I forgot. Okay, this is gonna get tough. Okay, so we're gonna dodge the attack here. Jump. Well, I didn't want to waste the position, but... Okay, so hopefully Coil's not at the end of the hall, which he isn't. I'm gonna try something risky. Yeah, he is on his way. I do not like it when he stands like this, but let's okay. Okay, damn it, he heard me, but I do have a plan. I need to find one more poster. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait on Henrietta. Now, depending on where Coil is, that's going to complicate the situation. But the key to remember this one, in this case, is that doing this with Henrietta maximizes the distance. Okay, so, oops. Let's not get careless. Okay. I'm going to want to be careful with Coil, but we can make this happen. I do want to start running reasonably soon, but I don't want to trigger his attention either. Okay, now this is going to be hard because he's blocking a path that I need to take. Okay, here we go.
Those communists. Let's give him a chance to report to the man.
Okay, now she's going to be a problem here. So big problem right now is I'm not running enough. Ah, crap, I keep forgetting. So again, important thing for me to remember is that I still need to find one more propaganda poster, but I don't believe I'm under any... Like, I don't think I need to rush to get to the exit. Okay, so Henrietta's probably coming to the left. Yeah. So I'm happy to sort of kite her for a little while. I believe psychosurgery does improve the speed of the enemies. This time I'm gonna take a wee peek. Okay. Not much for me posters wise here. It is worth remembering I get to keep 2 items.
Why would you do that?
There is the law, and there is chaos, and that.
Okay, not great because Henrietta's still on her way, so we're gonna give him the slip. Okay, a couple people want to eat me now. Alright. So, what I'm doing here, this is basically making lemonade. I'm trying to find... Trying to find another propaganda poster while I'm taking this detour. Now that's interesting. This is going to be a bit of a liability. Okay, too late. Okay. Bingo! Tall lady can go away. Okay, I don't know where Coil is, so I don't want to like completely burn out my my stamina, but okay, this is gonna ooh. Ah, you dumbass. Okay, now I need to like move, but I don't want to zero out my stamina here. I don't know where the giant is yet, and I only have 2. Okay, this is gonna get a little dangerous, but I think we can make it. Yep. So she's not gonna go away, neither is Henrietta at the end of this round. Now, if I'm feeling particularly bold, I can actually try and unlock that door. Oh, I might have screwed myself. Okay, I actually need to take a detour. I want to find stuff to... no, screw it. I don't need stuff to throw. Let's get out of here. These are confidence respawn pills because I'm super confident. I'm so confident I'm allowing myself to respawn another time. Oh! Whee! 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 Amazing theta wave activity. Reagent excels in trials. Suggest group therapy to advance lesser reagents. So I suppose I can leave it with you. Is there a preference between the shopping mall and the perverted mannequins, or is there a do you like the gross sounds of the narcotics being put into the man?
You're the engine of the future. I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity. Every day is tomorrow.
Actually, I think here's what I'll do. Unless there's somebody expresses a preference in the chat, what I think I'll do is I'll queue up right back at you, buddy. I'm gonna do seize the narcotics again, just because it. Then I don't need to change the loadout, and then I believe that should take me, assuming I win, right? Like I don't want to. I am not entitled to victory in any of these. But I can do one more of those. If I can get a quick seize the narcotics in, then I can finish with fabricate the scandal and not be too late to bed. Like, I'm not feeling super tired, but I think it would be good for me to, like, get a proper night's sleep at a, like, not unreasonable bedtime, even though it's a weekend.
The law enslaves minds by caging bodies.
But yeah, at least I'll be able to get my, my last flashback or flashback task. I feel like I should probably open this. I feel like a couple of parts I did a slightly better job of explaining what was going on, but I know when I really get into it, and obviously psychosurgery makes it more likely for me to to kind of get into my own head. But are there any questions about sort of what this mode is, or like why I'm doing certain things? Because obviously now that I'm repeating certain events, if I'm not doing a good job explaining some basics, I do want to, where I can, make this a friendly and accessible game. May not have a hot drink in front of me, but I'm still playing in a blanket. Ooh, this is not a hard start, but it's not an easy one either. That's... Ooh, Henrietta's very close. No, come on! I don't know why I didn't get my, I'm actually kind of mad about that. I wanted to get my, stun out, so now I'm gonna have to spend some time finding healing. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? But it's inconvenient. And actually, if Coil catches me, that's a one-shot kill. But we all need to make sacrifices. Also, I'm low on stamina. By the way, fun detail. My character's trailing blood. See that? Now, if Coil shows up, I am in deep, deep trouble. But now the real question here is, how confident do I feel in my ability to? Ooh. I don't think I want to waste time here. Go up and around. Yeah, so the question on this one is how many of these things do I think I can jam in the body? Like, ah, crap. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, now this is interesting. Does this just disable Henrietta then? I might be able to... Yeah! Be off with you! Damn it. Yeah, so when Henrietta can't find me, she goes to a... she, like, goes away until she's redeployed. So this is basically a get-out-of-jail-free card with the Jaeger. And what I'm going to do here is... it's obvious I don't have any healing. Uh-oh. Okay. Drop the fucking baggie. Okay. That's bullshit. But I was also being corny, so... I deserve, I do also deserve to be murdered. Now, I believe I should respawn close to these baggies. And sorry you had to start seeing that, Pandora card. It's a shameful display. But like I said, let's take advantage of it, and okay, I'm obviously gonna have to drop this last one. Drop the baggie, thank you. I realize speaking to the game does not actually make the thing happen, but god damn is it annoying. Now, I actually technically don't need to run as much on this one. Because I'm going to want to maximize the... it helps me get the stress out, right? I did such a good run of this last time, and then just, like, getting killed and in such an annoying way is... really puts a damper on my mood. Alright, the fact that Coil's involved is really going to complicate this, but this is where I'm going to earn the medium bucks. Run for your lives! The Reaper is coming! Oh, don't want to be here. God, I kind of messed this up a couple times. Please get out. Fuck you! What, can I see in the fucking dark now? That was bound to happen as soon as he grabbed me. All right, so I don't completely lose the level. I've got a couple of detours I'm gonna make. Well, I say that, but oh, fuck him. Not the one I wanted, but. So there's a side of me that wants to like pick this stuff up, but now I really have to get the health, otherwise I'm done. So if he moves forward, this is Okay, so this now means I have. Ooh, that's not healthy. Now I'm gonna have to have a showdown with Coil. Now, I'm going to take a somewhat risky approach on this one. Okay. But given that I'm basically on my last life... Okay, so Coil's on his way to a difficult encounter. YOLO! Respawn. He's probably going to hear me disarm this, but I need to get deeper in the level. Okay, this is a death bathroom if I recall correctly. Okay, unfortunately, Henrietta's in the area too. Oh, I thought I was avoiding that. So, I'm gonna have to use the... God damn it. I can't have what happened with the last big guy. Okay, I do have a plan for this, but... Yoink! I thought the Skinner man was Coil for a second. Now, if Coil catches me, it's an insta-kill. Admittedly, I do have the benefit of, another respawn right now, but frankly, I am already 2 deaths higher than I should be. That guy can fuck right off. Uh-oh. I'm a little surprised I haven't seen any healing yet. Looks like it's there, though. Not that it will matter. Gonna move on. Oh, I think I just triggered it wrong. I thought she was in the other room. What can I say? Like I said, that was the high-risk part of the strategy because, unfortunately, this is nowhere near where I want these baggies to be, but I am also reasonably close to the... Okay. So, I do have a plan. Fuck you. Actually. Oh yeah, I should probably eat these. Okay, he's gonna be a problem. But I think at this point we drop as many of these as I can. Which turns out to be fucking one, and I don't drop these. Okay, thank you.
Come to me!
Okay, so Henrietta is going to be in the area reasonably soon, but I get a get out of jail free card by doing this.
Not just a job. Always a pleasure. Never.
Okay, so that's going to be Henrietta. Okay, this isn't bad because he sounds like he's indoors. So I still want to run. Fucking hell! Drop the fucking... Okay, so can't use that one again. One of the things that actually, so if I sound like really annoyed with the baggies, it's because I have had instances in this game where like I have accidentally tapped a key. I think it's Z. I'm not 100% sure though. What that does is that insta throws any projectile that you have, right? Like so, like you know. Oh, I don't want to lose this important thing. Oh, it doesn't matter. Your finger touched the wrong key. You are now condemned to. Okay, he's yeah. There's a side of me that just wants to say, just kill me. But yeah, so I think the thing that drives me really insane about the difference between the drop instruction and the like throw random thing in your inventory instruction is that clearly dropping something in this context is really important. The fact that I'm standing like waiting for that is a huge problem. I'm gonna do my best here. So my best bet, yeah, okay. Okay, he's gonna hear that. There's no fucking point. Unfortunately, you can't kill characters in this game. Although I guess in this case here, I should probably hang on to the baggies, but...
This bastard.
My thoughts are fine.
I'm probably going to need an alternative approach. If I can get a bottle, that would be good. I'm going to deal with the second best world I'm in right now, though. Okay. So I'm going to want to be mindful of the... I am actually going to need to dodge the Jaeger. Everything good that happens to me is deserved. Alright, so I'll just need to do that for 3 more packets. So it looks like he's on his way out. Okay, that's not great. So I don't think I can get 3 done, but I can at least get 1. I've still got a minute. I hate doing it this way. This is like... I know I'm gonna get it, but it feels like such a drag to just repeat this over and over again. One option I do have is I can try and go like deeper in the level and this would actually not be a bad time to like, so if he were running around this spot, actually here's an idea.
Of course it hurts. Just
Okay. Really specific timing here. Okay, he sure sounds... He's gonna hit me. But I got what I needed. I almost stepped on that mine. Now we run. All right, let us never speak of that experience again. Yeah, that's fair. Mark Sharp for lobotomy. But we only need to do one more, and then we finish the seasonal stuff. So, but man, I'm mad about that one. The one that I am the most pissed off about is the one where the guy... Actually, there's two. I am near certain I was crouched on the ground when the giant...
Even failure is an opportunity to learn.
I'm near certain I was crouched when the giant seemed to, like, grab me from, like, in complete darkness. So there's got to be some proximity thing or something like that. But, like, I really felt that that was not consistent with what I've run into before. The one that I, like, got really pissed off about was the enemy jumping over the railing for damage. Particularly because... that was driven entirely by me trying to do the oh right, I don't want this loadout. By me trying to drop the bag. Now, in fairness, one thing I did do, I dropped too many near the end there because if I had 4 in my inventory, once I decided I was going to cheese out the Jaeger. But excuse me, by the way, that is the start that's slightly more challenging Jaeger-wise that I mentioned. Basically, the route to the narcotics stash feels like it's shorter than the other ones. But that also means there's like less time for the Jaeger to catch up.
When the evidence fails the agenda, crimes must be shaped to entertain the swinish masses. Prove the crime, delight the swine, and we will let you out.
Yeah, I don't know. My usual experience, I think, honestly, most of the cases where I get, like, kind of annoyed are that, for the most part, I think the game does a really, really good job of setting expectations in terms of what's going to happen to you. And generally what I tend to find is that, like, when you can build those expectations, and there's one set that I think is unreasonable for the player to have, which is, like, you know, if something changes. So, like, if I take off my slippers and I make noise, I have no reason to complain about that, even though that was an expectation I had. But the idea of how close you can be to an enemy when it's dark and have them not react is kind of important. And I definitely feel like there are and like when somebody, like, generally when an enemy has landed on top of me, it doesn't result in damage, it results in me being knocked back. Okay, so we want to go to Juice, Spatlin, and Pets. So yeah, like that's kind of where the frustration largely comes from. But I'll get over it eventually. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, she sees me already, so throw the fuck. Okay, they're gonna block me. So this is Juice. I gotta get out of here. I will get that on my way back, but at this point I want to see what I need in Spatlin. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get hit. It might have been a good idea for me to... Where the hell is the... Okay. I don't want to waste too much time here because the Jaeger's going to come and get me, but... At least I can get a poster. Oh, here we go. Okay, red. That's a nice little bonus that we've got all the propaganda posters. All right. That's not a sound I like. Okay. This is going to get really interesting with Harrietta in a minute.
Something is provoking you, dear.
Did I say something? I hear a rat.
Okay, drop that off. Green for pets, which I think is at the far end of the next hall. I am a little tuckered out though, so let's take some time to regen. So again, the reason I like to delay a little bit here is it does give me a chance to have Henrietta go up the stairs, which does take a bit of time. Alright, that's inconvenient. That's actually the second time that's happened, and the second time I've seen it. Okay, I think this is the pet store, actually. Okay, this is going to get a little hard with Henrietta because I think she's going to be in the hallway, but let's put a brave face on it. Okay. I do really want that evidence. There is a design behind this. I'm trying to waste this enemy's time. Oh, get that one. Oh, come on! I should evade on this. Oh, but they put me in the fucking corner. That would have been death if I hit that thing. So, sadly, no lockpicks. So we're going to put a brave face on it. Useless! God, he's making a lot of noise. Well, I'm making a lot of noise, but he's reacting. I don't remember if it was the bottom or top level. Okay. I guess I can kind of dance around with Henrietta if it really comes to it, but I think I made the wrong call. Okay. So she's committed to this stairwell. What I want to do here is walk, at least as much as I can. And that's preserving the stamina for when I really need it. Okay. Now if the Crest Twins show up, there we go. Okay, so take a minute to refresh here. So I want to be a bit careful with how I'm using my runs. Now I suspect the Crest Twins are going to be waiting upstairs for me, so we'll be careful about that. Yeah. They're probably going to see me, too. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. There's potential here. So I can't waste too much time with Henrietta in the area, but I hit the button.
This is a thanks.
The trial shuttle has arrived.
Keep your filthy hands away from my sister!
Alright, sloppy, but how many of you thought I was going to die when it was down to the 1 health? This one scares me. Glutton for therapy. I want to see what that one is, and Hoarder. I get the feeling, I actually think evasive maneuver isn't as useful as I thought it was, because there's been too many times where I get evasive maneuver and that just puts me in a corner with 2 enemies, so there's no real advantage.
You learn beautifully. You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science. I think you are a perfect masochist.
But I will say, I am at least glad that we're ending on a high note. Actually, there is a small possibility here. So if I go to the terminal... Oop. Presents. So that's it until the daily and weekly tasks refresh tomorrow. So one possibility I can face here is release the prisoners or seize the narcotics. I actually feel I can do release the prisoners. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do one more. Release the prisoners. And I'm going to do that. Got to change the loadout. So I'm going to do hide and breathe. Question is, do I want to bring the stun rig or... Yeah, let's try the stun rig. I normally bring the X-ray on that. So this is back to the normal thing that I do where I've been mowing the lawn in terms of the difficulties. So started with introductory, moved up to standard, did everything on intensive, and those A+s that you've seen there were
You are the hand of
oh
freedom.
no, there's a reason why,
Release
yeah,
others.
there's a reason why I
You
wanted the
will
X-ray.
release
It
yourself.
gets me more score.
Unlock the prison and release the guilty.
But yeah, so the hope, even though I obviously get salty as hell when I lose, is that my default for this game is on the psychosurgery difficulty. But again, with the mowing the lawn strategy, it means that this is the first time I've done the police station in a while, you know, other than doing the special challenges. And I mean, eventually it's going to mean I need to do some of the stuff that I find difficult on psychosurgery as well. But the sort of hope here is that by default I'll want to do this kind of a challenge at the let's start. Oh yeah, I said I was going to check out a I guess I technically don't need to bash these anymore, but gives them something to think about. That would have been very funny if the Jaeger showed up. I also probably would have just quit. Again. I actually don't think there's any point in continuing with this now because of that damage, but that is loser talk though, so we're gonna stop that and do our best. I'm pretty annoyed though. So I need to do a few things to make up for that damage that I took. Actually, 2 units of damage that I took. This probably isn't the wisest thing to do with an enemy running around like that, but... so one is to do the secondary objective. So I've talked about this before, but basically... if you do the primary objective and the secondary objective with no flaws, that's like a perfect rating. Okay, so we're gonna F right off. And then every time you do something to, like every time you take damage, every time you trigger a sound trap, anything like that, is a mark against you, so that will knock you down to an A, you know, an A, you know, all the way down to a D. I don't think you can fail and pass. That's a weird phrasing, but like, I don't think you can like simultaneously get an F and like pass the level. I believe you. I believe you need to like straight up. Like die or not complete the objective to get the fail. So if it seems a little weird, like how I'm, if it feels a little weird how I'm like always hitting, like while I'm always recharging batteries, even though I have like nothing, like there's almost nothing gone. It's because, like, I think you get 20 points for each battery you, like you use. I do not want to be in hitting distance of this thing.
Everybody does their part.
Okay, that's a picture.
Let's have some fun.
And that's a poster.
Myself. Fuck them. Fuck this.
I thought I already had a poster, but I'm gonna give him some space. Okay, that works for me. The big thing for this one is that there's no timer and the Jaeger's not hunting me down, so I can take as long as I like. And I am very specifically trying to get an A+ on this. So again, because there's a bunch of damage that I took, whether I thought it was fair or not, I do need to compensate by doing objectives. Unfortunately, I think that's it for posters. Can try one more round, but honestly I think we're going to find it in different parts of the building. So there's a couple things I want to do on that front. Okay, so first of all, we're not going to walk straight into Coil. That would be a bad thing. But what I'm going to do is... Okay. There's probably some value in... yeah. Going on an adventure like this can be a problem, because if I drop the key, it's in a more difficult location than I would normally need to get it. But on the other hand, why am I preparing for a contingency where I die when, you know, the specific attempt here is about getting the result. Oh, this isn't a death bathroom. This is only a death bathroom when I don't, when it's, for that specific map. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know what kind of enemies are in here, so right now I want to focus on getting the posters. So, nothing in the bathroom that I need, and I didn't notice the poster in the room here. I will confess the X-ray makes me astonishingly lazy. Can I not here? Okay, so... I believe she is... So there was one version of this where I have seen her open this gate before. That was probably the scariest thing I ever saw. Okay, I don't know if he's on the move. Okay, looks like he is. Probably want to be a little smarter about this. Okay, that works. So in an ideal world, I would have more than this. It's possible that I'm doing this prematurely and that I haven't compensated enough for the damage that I took, but we're like at the end. There isn't a whole lot of advantage to, like, the gains that I make by extending the level are pretty incremental. So he may come after me. I do want to make sure that he's actually leaving. So this isn't really about detection, this is about getting the extra points. Okay. Oh, I thought he saw me. I believe there should be a giant waiting outside there as well. He's not waiting outside. He's here. I don't believe there is any other way out of this building, so this might get kind of interesting. Uh-oh. Ooh! I saw my life flash before my eyes. I am really out of stamina. No way. Okay, I gotta walk it, but this is gonna get real interesting real fast.
You gonna fry, boy?
Okay.
Shit. All your kind.
I got 10 seconds of this. Okay, I need darkness right now. I don't even care if I have to throw anything at him. I just need I need the stamina. Okay, I got 3 minutes before. Okay. I'm probably gonna take a huge risk. Okay.
You'll come crawling back.
Let's see how merciful they were on the scoring. Cool. We don't have to do that again. Although, actually, I do rather like that one. It's nice and short. Alright, amazing theta wave activity. Reagent excels in trials. Suggests group therapy to help advance lesser reagents. Yeah, so one receive. Oh yeah, actually this is worth remembering. So the number of bars doesn't matter. I believe it's the number of times you receive damage. And then obviously we triggered a couple of sound traps. I forgot to check for the glutton for therapy. So, last but not least, I am well and truly done. We are an hour past my normal streaming time, but not entirely time poorly spent. I am, however, going to load up on my catalog stuff. And we'll do a quick review of my next steps.
Wonderful. Perfect. Beautiful. You are the hope for a better tomorrow.
I think one of the reasons why I'm starting to freak out a little bit more when I get clipped by stuff I feel I shouldn't be. And again, I will actually confess that the lower difficulties I'm just maybe less familiar getting hit overall, so that may mean that I sort of feel I get more annoyed by it because it just happens less. But obviously damage has quite a bit of consequence. Like, even if a basic reagent, like 2 attacks from a standard reagent, I believe will kill you. You know, getting hit by Coil or Mother Gooseberry takes you down 3 unless you have some sort of mitigating factor. So yeah, it's like, you know, one of those things can mean the difference between a death or not. Which I guess technically is true for everything, but obviously psychosurgery is less forgiving. So, tasks-wise, again, we're going to wait for the dailies and weeklies tomorrow. I suspect I'll probably do some of it on Discord because apparently I can't stop playing this game in 3 days. So, I guess it's coming on Tuesday? There'll be the next one. I believe they have already announced them. I just don't know if I get to see the news in here. I guess not. But yeah, there's like a fire one, there's Toxic Shock, which is the only one that I'd done when it was like an actual event. And then there's a security camera one, which I'm really not looking forward to. But on the other hand, this is my opportunity to like play events that they specifically put into the game for a little limited time, which, I don't know, I think is actually a really nice idea. I do feel a little bad about time limited stuff because like there's the, you know, like you feel like you're missing out if you get into the game after those events happen. Like I did play in early access, but the Amelia event was something I wasn't aware was happening, and I probably would have tried if I'd known about it. So, you know, obviously there's a mild regret just because I didn't know any better. But on the other hand, I also think I would probably value a lot of this stuff a lot less if they just constantly kept it going. So, you know, and I think a lot of the commentary I seem to see on the subreddit really does indicate that it was it is one that I think the consensus seems to be, I really wish they'd bring it back. It was a good event. So, and I think it's, you know, it's like a TV series, right? Like you kind of think you want your TV series to last forever until it like is not good. And then you wish that it ended, you know, back when you were wishing it wouldn't end. So anyways, I haven't done Kill the Snitch, mostly because whenever I've been playing this since crossing over to psychosurgery, I haven't had, you know, 45 minutes, let alone probably the 90 it will take me to do this on psychosurgery the first time. Obviously I had an A-. I think that was probably due to some damage may not be enough to take me down to an A-. I don't think I died. Or maybe I did. Oh yeah, no, sorry. That was done on Discord. That had a that had a death that I should feel ashamed of. Season Narcotics, obviously we did an A+ on that, not the last time, but never mind. We'll forget that ever happened. So I'm not expecting that one to be particularly difficult, but I should probably do Kill the Snitch first. Then we can say goodbye to the police station, and I imagine all of this is going to be utterly miserable, as will all of the other ones, but that is the point of psychosurgery, and maybe one day I will get to spoil the auction. All of that, of course, will be left for tomorrow. Well, yeah, I guess tomorrow if I'm doing it on Discord. Don't know when I plan on doing this on stream next, but we are going to fill in some catalog pages. I also hope just generally I'm a little less grouchy with the game. I do have a feeling I'm probably a bit bitchier about it than I normally would be, because like I said, this week I don't think I've gotten a proper night's sleep the full week, and especially at work today I was really feeling the consequences of not having a full rest. So I have a feeling I've probably been a bit unreasonable with the game, but I don't know. It's a game. Can take it. Okay. I actually really like the Santa hats. This is one of the reasons why I chose this catalog. So this is all to the good. So big page 5. Maybe not quite ready to carve Merry Christmas into my belly, but oh, that's somebody else's belly. That is a skin suit. Yeah, I mean, I do like the Christmas decorations. That is a nice touch. Maybe not enough to get rid of my bookshelves, but you know. Yeah, the rest of these are, you know, like I'll do them because I want to finish out the catalog, but it's like this sort of stuff I was really looking forward to. My rough path for the catalogs that I figured for myself, I still haven't figured out whether or not you get items as part of seasonal events, like as part of your boxes, like your daily Murkoff box. So basically the plan here, I'm going to start with Winter Kills. I'm probably going to do Countdown. Well, I don't know. There is definitely a side of me that wants to do Countdown because I really like this look. And I mean, it's 3 pages, right? So it's not like, it's not that much to go. But yeah, like this is definitely an outfit that I want. So I guess for that, it would be, if it's the same as Winter Kills, then 20 times 6, so 120, then 30 here, so 150, 150 times 3, so 450 in terms of tickets. So we'd be like, you know, depending on what the special events are, we're looking like maybe a day and a half of generating tickets. But yeah, the general so far as I can discern a pattern inside of these, there's like the winter event Geister, sorry, the Halloween event Geister. Then there's the Christmas event Winter Kills. Then there seems to be like a, not, how do I put it, like a special event. So like Toxic Shock and Countdown don't seem to be like regular events. The only other regular one seems to be prime time. So it seems to go like Geister, Winter Kills, prime time, then Geister, Winter Kills, prime time. And it does actually feel like there are like special events between the, it's the Winter Kills and the prime time, I think. With the exception of Countdown, which seems to be... Because we had, yeah, Geister, Winter Kills, then Toxic Shock, prime time. And again, this is the one that I haven't been able to make sense of. But then you have Geister, Winter Kills, Amelia, prime time. And then Geister I did this year. Winter Kills I did this year. They haven't been added to the directory yet. So my... Judging by that pattern, I guess the thing I should be expecting would be whatever the special event is. But assuming that there isn't like a special event that happens, I would imagine that prime time would be the next one. So by that reasoning, I'm furthest away from Winter Kills. So, you know, the likelihood of getting an item that will lower the cost of Winter Kills is, you know, like that's fairly low. Then, you know, either prime time is going to happen or it doesn't. So like that should not be the next one that I do. The one that's next furthest away would be Geister. So start with 2023, do 2024, and then 2025 I already did. By then it should be really clear whether or not there's going to be another prime time. And assuming that there, event between prime time. Assuming that I don't have like something special due or whatever. And like obviously seasonal catalogs are a thing that I want to keep in mind too. But like basically one of two things I imagine is going to happen. Either the pattern will reassert itself and I'll know what's going on. Or alternatively, you know, I'll say I have so little else to do that like now I'll do prime time even though I think it's the next event coming up, and like I'll have just been playing long enough that, you know, it's time to start filling these things up. And then, you know, once I've caught up with the historical stuff, again, I kind of expect to be doing the events as they come out, so I don't think I'll need to buy more catalogs. But when the season 6 catalog, which I believe is spring this year, when that comes out, I'll, you know, put the tickets into that. And then once I am all caught up on the historical stuff, I can put 1,000 towards these and then 2,000 towards season 1 through 5. 1 through 4. Season 5 didn't seem to have the extra page. So these are presumably the last 2 cosmetics that I buy when I've maxed out my catalogs. That's the rough plan anyway. But I'm going to call it a night. So thank you everybody for hanging out, particularly while I was sucking. Let's see if we can find somebody online to host. Katako, and it looks like she's just starting. So good night to you, Takri. It's always nice to have you in here. And to the rest of you, whether you've been lurking or whether you've been playing, you've been chatting, I hope you have a wonderful evening. And I will be back Monday. My hope is that it will be for XCOM, but it really depends as to whether or not I can kind of get my sleep back under... If I can kind of get the sleep schedule back in order, because I've not really been capable of XCOM this week. So I'm happy that I got to do like Uncle Chop and all of this stuff, but I am conscious of the fact, like I am enjoying XCOM and I really want to play it some more. Katako is doing Resident Evil. I don't remember which one though. Code Veronica X. I don't know what the difference there is. But I do realize that Resident Evil is popular on the Twitches and the YouTubes. It is kind of amusing. Katako has had a wonderful increase in audience lately. And it is like, especially on YouTube, just the thirstiest group I could possibly imagine. And I'm rather amused that it does look like she's using an animated or like an emoji character. It could be because she's on a break or something like that, but it is I am rather curious. I don't know, it is actually extremely funny to see the YouTube audience treat it like a dating site. But no, I've known Katako for a while. I'm actually very, very happy to have seen her success. Her YouTube went from just starting when I knew her to like 3 times my audience. So she's a lot of fun, definitely has earned that success, and I hope you all enjoy it. Have a good evening.